Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. Can I have someone please move the adoption of the agenda? Or are there any items that need to be added to the agenda? A mover, please.
I would so move.
Councillor Lougheed. All in favor? Motion carries. The adoption of minutes. Item 3.1, special council meeting, the 19th of March 2020. Everyone's had a chance to review them. Are there any changes that need to be made to those minutes?
Motion to accept.
Councillor Duncan moves. All in favor? Councillor Swanson?
Yes.
You're in favor?
Yes.
Okay. And if I forget to ask for you, please remind me.
Very good.
So motion carries. Item 3.2, special council meeting the 23rd of March. Any changes to those minutes? Councillor Vandermeer?
I'll move adoption.
All in favor?
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 3.3, the regular council meeting minutes of March 24th. Any changes or additions? Seeing none, or Councillor Lang moves that we accept. All in favor?
Yes.
Motion carries. And I should say that all three of those motions were carried 7-0. Yep, we're going to do that right before we get to it. Okay, so we will be moving to item 4.1. Councillor Lougheed, we need to authorize someone to participate. We need to authorize George Kenyon to speak, join in the meeting by speakerphone. Would you mind moving that?
Sure.
I would move that council authorizes bylaw 1092/20 applicant George Kenyon participation in council's April 14th, 2020 regular meeting via speakerphone.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All in favor?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. So George, can you hear us?
I can, yeah.
And the microphone's picking him up good enough? Michelle, can you hear George or Mr. Kenyon?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Reeve Holden. Good morning, Council.
Excuse me, does Dustin need a microphone so the live stream can pick him up?
All right, thank you. Is it on? Can you guys hear me?
I don't know if it's coming through the microphone system.
I don't think it is.
Deputy Reeve Swanson, can you hear Dustin?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right, thank you, Reeve Holden. Good morning, Council. Barry Williams currently holds title to the Northwest 337-6 west of the 5th, containing 80.31 acres of land. The subject lands are located approximately 5 miles northwest of the village of Caroline. George Kenyon and Craig McMorrin have made application to redesignate approximately 40 acres from Agriculture District A to Recreational Facility District RF. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants intend to proceed with a development permit application for the construction and operation of a 300-site campground. The subject property contains a residence with a few ancillary buildings located in the southeast portion of the quarter section. There's an oil field access running along the south boundary to a lease located in the southwest portion of the property. The subject quarter section is fragmented by way of the Clearwater River running through the west portion of the quarter. Legal and physical access to the subject property is by way of Township Road 37-0, adjacent to the southeast corner of the quarter section. Township Road 37-0 and Range Road 6-2A intersect at the southeast corner of the quarter of the subject property. Surrounding land uses within the area are agricultural and country residence agricultural. Clearwater County operates a gravel pit approximately half a mile east of the subject property. The application is to rezone 40 acres of the subject lands to Recreational Facility District as shown on Schedule A of the bylaw for the development of a campground. Planning direction, Clearwater County's land use bylaw, Section 13.410. The general purpose of the Recreational Facility District is to accommodate and regulate development of major intensive recreational buildings and uses. I've also included from Section 1.7 the definition of a campground. Campground means a parcel of land of which levies fees for the locating of tents, holiday trailers, recreational vehicles for temporary use by tourists, transients, and shall include facilities and amenities subordinate to the operation of a campground. Clearwater County's MDP, Section 4.2.4 states that the consideration of the ag quality of the land must be considered when it comes to proposals such as these, as well as a number of other factors, including the nature and extent of farming activities in the local area, the location, number, and type of the existing and planned non-farm land uses in the area, impact on sustainable agricultural production, the farmland assessment rating of the subject land and adjacent lands. Section 8.1.2, promote locally appropriate economic development activities that enhance and diversify the local economy. Section 8.1.4, promote the county as a tourist destination. Section 8.2.2 states that the county should seek to limit infringements on agricultural operations. Section 11.2.21, the county may require the applicant to prepare for the consideration of approval by the county an area structure plan or an outline plan for the proposal. Section 11.2.22 states that the county may require an ASP or outline plan to address the following: site suitability, design and density, impacts on natural capital and the environment, traffic impacts, protection of the protective and emergency services, fire smart provisions, measures to mitigate and effects. Section 12.2.3, the county may require the applicant to have prepared and submitted by a professional engineer the following: a geotechnical study. I'd like to point out that the applicant has submitted a preliminary geotechnical study already to this point. A traffic impact study, a water supply study, a stormwater management plan, an environmental assessment, and any other provisions or any other studies or plans required by the county. Section 12.2.4 states that the county shall consider, will consider where applicable, the following when evaluating an application to redesignate, subdivide, or develop land. The impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, impact on the environment, scale and density, site suitability and capacity, road requirements and traffic impacts, availability of protective and emergency services, fire smart provisions, and measures to mitigate those effects. The subdivision and development regulations, section 7, in making a decision as to whether to approve an application for subdivision or development, the subdivision authority must consider with respect to the land that is the subject of the application. The main focus that we wanted to point out to council is part D, and that is that any potential for flooding, subsidence, or erosion of the land. The applicant has submitted a preliminary flood hazard report for the subject property. The report appears to indicate that the flood fringe falls within the existing river boundaries. The report is based on provincial hazard mapping. This brings up serious concerns as Clearwater County is only aware of a small amount of flood hazard mapping being completed within the county. The flood hazard mapping that we are aware of has only been completed in the southern portion of the county along the Red Deer River. So our recommendation is that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1092-20 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council?
I have a question.
Deputy Reese Swanson?
Yes, I'm looking at the maps, and there's two contradictory maps.
Which map and what page is it on?
Okay, the map in the business plan on page, I'll just refer to the bottom, page 9 of 27 is the first one, where it outlines the campsite. And then on 14 of 27 the map is different. So it involves the creek. In the business plan, it doesn't cross the creek. And then in the preliminary environmental, it goes across the creek. Which will it be? Across the creek or not?
Mr. McMorrin, do you have an answer? Do you understand the question?
From I've been working with the geotech Chandra on the site, and he suggested to keep all of the lots as far back from the river as possible, and he suggested that we could do some work around it's not really a creek, but it's a kind of like a dry creek, and that we could use some culverts, bridges, things like that to go on to the other side rather than going closer down to the river. But he hasn't, we haven't gone in depth as to where everything is going to go. Just this is all preliminary, but it's pretty close to what the layout will look like.
Okay, thank you.
Supplementary?
Yes.
Through experience, I've dealt with another larger campground, and there was always a egress road or a road that went right through the property. There's an initial going in, and then there's for safety. There's always an exit. Is there a way that they're going to have a through road or a ring road, or to get more than one approach, more than one exit to this property?
Yeah, so I met with infrastructure from Roads and Infrastructure on the site, and they suggested there's a road built already right at the entrance, and then what they suggested was to have the roads all loop around, coming back to that main road and then widening the entrance to 3 or 4 times its size. So there's room there to make that entrance quite wide. And then also the fact the fire department, their equipment is quite heavy, so that all of the roads would be able to sustain the weight of their heaviest vehicle to go in there. So the turning radiuses I have to meet so that the fire equipment can turn the corners in there, and all the traffic can move freely through that area.
Thank you.
Councillor Lang?
So I have a couple questions. I'll start with the first one. I guess I just need clarification on this environmental report.
What page, Teresa?
Page 10 of 27. The second paragraph, it says, one of our main concerns regarding the property is its proximity to the Clearwater River. To this point, we have not received any information addressing the floodplain. We are recommending that the floodplain information be included as part of the application. And then on page 15 of 27, it shows the overhead and it shows where the 100-year floodplain is. And it looks like it's removed from the proposed site. So the report is saying that we need to address this, and then this, excuse me, this picture is showing that it's not part of the flood zone. And I did take a drive down there yesterday, and I have to say it is covered with tall trees. So there's certainly not floods every year, that's for sure. The trees would not be the size they are. So I just, I'm a bit confused on that. Maybe Dusty can talk about that a bit more.
Absolutely, Councillor Lang. So the portion of page 10 of 27 that's highlighted in blue, that was an email that was sent to Mr. McMorrin's engineer from myself. And that's what they're trying to address in their report. So I can speak to that part. And then page 15, you were asking about the flood fringe. Our understanding is that the flood fringe is currently the existing river boundaries. That's what they're arguing, or that's what they're saying. However, that's based on the provincial flood hazard assessment maps that have been put out. They're online, available online. We aren't aware of any flood mapping done in this area though, as of right now. So that's where our concern comes in with this.
Yes.
Second question, regarding the fire protection, I'm just wondering if there's any holding water tanks proposed for the area. I'm also aware of another large campground, and I believe they had to have some holding tanks in case of fire. Maybe Mr. McMorrin can answer that.
Yeah, so typically we would keep water on site with fire connectors so that the fire trucks could connect up to them and have water. So that the typical water tanks would be 800 to 1,000 gallons, and they would be around the site in, spaced out locations with fire connectors on them, and typically we would have a pump and a hose so that the water could be used, typically right away. You wouldn't have to wait for a fire truck to get there.
Thank you.
So just kind of jumping to answer Teresa's question, that's likely going to be a development permit condition. Regional Fire has been out there. They've done some preliminary look, had a preliminary look at the property. However, they haven't put together their final report on this. We haven't necessarily referred them the full proposal to them yet. So.
But that would be a condition of the development permit.
Likely, if that's what Regional Fire requests, that's likely what it would.
Good morning, Council.
Into the microphone, please.
And that's the reason to follow the process. It will be circulated to all the agencies if we get first reading this morning.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions? I just have one question. On the maps, we have a few different sizes of the proposed site. And I just want to ask planning for clarification that the map on page 21 of 27, that is the 40 acres that we are looking at redesignating, correct?
That is the application that was submitted to us.
Okay,
That's correct.
so those are the borders of it. Okay, any further questions? If there are no further questions, can I have someone please move for a motion? Make a motion. Councillor Lang.
I'll make the motion as per council's recommendation to grant first reading of bylaw 1092/20 and proceed to a public hearing.
Any further discussion on that motion? I will ask the question. All in favor? Deputy Reeve Swanson? Oh. Yes. Even though you're putting your hand up on the video, I think we're going to have you verbally say it for the record. So that motion carries 7-0. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we want to take a second and try to adjust these mics so we don't get the feedback? Should we have a short recess for that, or should we continue? Okay, let's have a short recess and we'll work on the mics. So we'll be back at 9:35. We're all ready? I'd like to bring the meeting back to order at 9:36 a.m. And we will move on to item 5.1, Town of Rocky Mountain House Lagoon Summary Report, March 2020.
Good morning, Reeve Hoven, Deputy Reeve Swanson, Council. As has been previously presented to Council in March, June, September, and December of each year, the Town of Rocky Mountain House has provided for review and information purposes the first quarter Lagoon report. By providing this information, the town is abiding by Section 11.1 of the wastewater agreement, whereby the town will provide to the county a summary report of the lagoon operations, compliance, usage, and capacity on a quarterly basis in the months of March, June, September, and December. In addition, as per Section 11.2 and 11.3 of the agreement, the town, on an annual basis, will report to the county on the status of the Lagoon Reserve Fund, and the town will provide to the county any notice of non-compliance issued by the Alberta Environment or any other regulatory body as applicable within 48 hours of receipt of the notice, respectively. Further to report, and as an additional update to Council, the sludging of cell 1 and 2 began last year, September 24th, which is being carried out by Dairyland Agro Supply Limited. And the desludging is now 80% complete within cell 1 and 2. The sludging has been put on hold due to the winter season, and as such will continue and be completed in the spring of 2020. Furthermore, the additional OPT AER fine bubble laterals and diffusers have been installed. With the given information, administration recommends that Council accepts this as information.
Any questions from Council? Councillor Lang.
I kind of have a 3 or 4 part question here. I guess my concern is, once again, there is no reporting on the lethality testing and the outcomes of that, and yet the town is saying they're in compliance. I'm wondering, Kurt, if you could give a definition of what compliance means. And also, I'm looking at the sentence where it says the town is working with Environmental Canada to meet higher effluent expectations under the federal wastewater systems effluent regulations. So I guess I'm just kind of concerned about these lethality tests, if they're still happening, and what your thoughts are on that.
Sure. With respect to your first question on what that entails, the acute lethality test. So what it entails is under the Environment Canada Enforcement Branch, which is under the Wastewater Systems Effluent Regulations, in order to test for acute lethality, they take 10 trout and they're put in 20 liters of 100% effluent, over a period of 96 hours. If more than half of the trout die, then the test is a failure. So then what happens is, if that be the case, then the tests are to be done bi-weekly until 3 tests in a row are passed. Once 3 consecutive tests are passed, no more tests are done for that quarter. Then it proceeds into the next quarter. Bi-weekly tests commence again, with only 1 pass needed in order to have testing for that quarter done, and then it moves on to the next quarter thereafter. And again, this is a federally regulated testing procedure. Now, Councillor Lang, did I answer your questions?
Partially. I guess, can we presume from this sentence that the town is working with Environmental Canada that they're still doing this lethality testing? Which I guess if they're still doing it, means the fish are still dying. Would that be a correct assumption to make here?
Now, it is a federal requirement, so they would have to continue with these tests every quarter. And I've asked in the past if they could submit to us those test results, but we've been unable to get those tests. We've been denied. So having said that, I know they need to do them as per federal regulations every quarter. Now, all they need is one pass in the quarter, then it moves on to the next quarter. Now, whether or not they receive that pass in the quarter, that's difficult for us to know unless we receive those tests and they submit them to us for our review.
Okay, last question. Can you tell me why the town is denying to share these results with us?
Unable to do so.
Thank you.
Councillor Lang, or Laird.
I guess this is supplemental to Councillor Lang's question, because it's the same sentence that caught my attention. It indicates that they're not meeting the Government of Canada's regulations by virtue of they're working with to try to meet that regulation. Is there any indication what the Government of Canada regulations, which part they're not meeting, and what process that is being done to come into compliance? Do we have any indications of that?
The only item of information I'm aware of that at the time where this first came to light was they were unable to meet the acute lethality test, and that was again, the test associated with the trout. So that was where the area of concern was arising. And again, as far as we can tell, they're obviously passing each quarter. As to whether or not they need to do multiple tests in that quarter, that I could not tell you.
Supplemental question?
Yes.
And I guess the other part that I am curious about, it indicates on the second page of their report that the balance of the combined water and sewer restricted surplus account, it gives us a balance, but it then says that council has not yet designated a specific amount for the lagoon. Do we have any indication of when they plan on designating a specific amount for the lagoon?
I would not be able to answer that question.
Is that something that perhaps we can have staff ask these couple questions and see if we can get some answers for the next report, perhaps? We may not get an answer, but at least we can
try,
ask the question.
definitely.
Mr. Emmons, have we not asked that question before in the past? And what was the response from the town?
It wasn't identified in the contract.
So I guess we could send a letter, but I'm sure we get the exact same response we got last time. It wasn't identified in the contract.
That's all the questions I have.
Councillor Duncan?
Just a comment. I recall at one time the regulations have been changing at the federal level, and there are some other tests that are being required now too, so those could be part of the things that they're working with the federal government as well. And I forget the item they're testing for, but there was another test that is going to be mandatory, or at some point the feds are going to require that to be done as well. And it's typically any municipality has not been testing for that to date.
Further comments? And if there are none, can I have someone make a motion? Councillor Duncan.
Move to accept for information.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So the vote carries 6-1.
Thank you.
Item 6.1, draft Clearwater County Village of Caroline CRFRS Quality Management Plan. Good morning.
This is Christine Haggard, Director of Emergency and Legislative Services. The draft QMP before Council is a QMP with the Village of Caroline in Clearwater County. The Quality Management Plan is a document in which an organization, such as a municipality, requires to describe a discipline or part of a discipline and the extent of the safety services it intends to provide when it becomes accredited. CRFRS and municipalities that we serve are already accredited under the Safety Codes Council under the fire discipline. There was a previous draft of a QMP. In the summary, QMP is the terms and conditions of accreditation. It describes the scope, operational requirements, and service delivery standards that will be met in the administration of the organization's accreditation within their jurisdiction. In addition to the Act and its regulations, the QMP is used to monitor and assess performance of an accredited organization. And as I mentioned, there was a previous version of the QMP that was adopted by the 3 municipalities as part of the CRFRS partnership. Since that time of the QMP adoption, Safety Codes Council released an updated municipal QMP template in February of this year, along with we recently had a signing of a new regional fire agreement in March 2020. The town of Rocky Mountain House has indicated their intent to create their own QMP as per the attached letter dated March 24th. So, with all of those things in mind, administration presents the attached April 2020 Clearwater County and Village of Caroline's CRFRS Quality Management Plan for Council's consideration. A document that details the components under the Safety Codes Act within the fire discipline that we seek to administer. The 2 main areas of change for the current QMP from the previous version. One is that switch to the new template that I mentioned, as well as the second amendment would be in Schedule C under Technical Discipline Service Delivery Standards, moving all inspection frequencies to upon written request, complaint, or concern. That latter amendment aligns with the current service level and as well as the Safety Codes Officer staffing complement. And as Clearwater County already has a QMP in place, this is a modified QMP, still requires approval from Safety Codes Council Administrator. Administration sent the attached draft QMP to Safety Codes Council for review and comment before bringing it to Council as is their process. And we made final amendments based on their recommendations, and they've indicated that they would approve the draft as attached. Certainly if Council had additional amendments or requirements within the QMP, we would send that back to Safety Codes Council for another review. Oh, I have to hold the mic. A little late now, but I'm supposed to hold the mic. And I'll turn it over to Council if there's any questions.
Any questions from council? Councillor Laird.
Yes, on page, I guess, 59 of 97 of the entire package, it indicates the QMP manager, but it doesn't say who that is.
So you want it to indicate Clearwater County as regional partner for Village, and we should indicate that Clearwater County is the managing partner that's administering on behalf of the 2 municipalities?
I assume that's what would be put in that, on that page.
Sounds good.
It just
Let's
is
go find the
blank
page.
right now.
Thank you. They can't hear me. I apologize. We're having technical difficulties. So, and I will, page 59?
59 of 97.
Okay. We can make that administrative amendment. I believe that that'll be acceptable to the safety codes.
Supplementary
Yes.
question.
Yep.
On page 77 of 97, it's the letter that was provided to us from the town of Rocky Mountain House, and it indicates their desire to have their own quality management plan. And the curious part I have out of that is it allows each municipality the option to increase services. That being said, it appears that the town is looking at increasing their service for fire investigations or inspections. Have we had any indication how they're wanting to increase them and what kind of impact that's going to have on our regional staff as safety codes officers? And what is the planning process for them if that's the case? Is the town considering hiring their own safety codes officer?
Thank you, Councillor Laird. In terms of the letter, we have limited details on what their QMP is going to look like. Administratively, the CAO, Rick Emmons, and myself met with the town CAO last week and had preliminary discussion, and it doesn't appear that the service level is increasing, and actually it would be in line with this QMP in terms of that upon written request, concern, or complaint. I haven't had any indication they're looking for more. That may be the clause within the agreement that they use to invoke a difference of service level by having a second QMP. But we don't foresee any issues with administering two different QMPs as long as the service level of inspection rate doesn't increase as well. So more to come, I guess, in terms of that response.
All right, thank you. I guess I'm just concerned about this where it literally says in their letter, option to increase service levels. So I will take it that staff is going to be watching that to see what impacts that has.
For sure.
Councillor Lang.
Christine, this question's for you. It's just a basic question to get a little bit more understanding, maybe for some of us and also for the public. It has to do with what does being accredited mean? I understand you have this quality management plan has to be adopted in order for the fire service to become accredited. But I'm wondering, is this an expectation? Do all municipalities in Alberta or all their fire departments accredited? And does accreditation mean increased training and ultimately mean increased costs? So I guess bottom line is, do we have to be accredited? And what would be the difference between being accredited and not?
Thank you, Councillor Lang. Again, this is Christine Heggert, Director of Emergency and Legislative Services. In terms of whether we have to be accredited or not, there are municipalities in the province, I believe, that are unaccredited for fire discipline. We currently have, I believe, more than 3 fire inspectors within Clearwater County, so there would be no additional cost for training. This isn't new for us. We've been accredited for a few years. In terms of the details, I maybe pass it on to Chief DBN to answer the latter part of the question in terms of whether we could be unaccredited.
Good question, Councillor Lang. There are municipalities and fire services that are unaccredited. What that does mean for the fire service is it does impact investigations and inspections. If you are not an accredited municipality, it is my understanding that it opens back up to Alberta Safety Codes Authority to be able to step in and intervene at any point in time if there are issues. But when it comes to fire investigations, it challenges us being able to do the investigations internally and having to hire a third party to come in and do that investigation piece. As far as the cost, like Christine mentioned, the 3 full-time headquarters staff are accredited, and we've got a couple of our paid-on-call members that are also accredited within Safety Code, so there'd be no budget impact on that at all.
An additional question?
I do. So, which fires are mandatory that they have to have an investigation? Would it just be all house fires or any fire?
Any fire with a dollar loss value attached to it, or fatality or government building.
Any additional questions? Deputy Reeve Swanson, do you have a question? Okay. So the staff recommendation is that council endorses the April 2020 Clearwater County and Village of Caroline CRFRS Quality Management Plan as presented, and authorizes a CAO to sign and submit to Safety Codes Council. Councillor Vandermeer.
I'll make that motion.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will ask the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 7.1, remote council meetings.
Good morning, Council. Can you hear me? I'm a little deaf in this corner here.
You're a little quiet,
Just old age.
but as long as the live stream is picking you up, it's the most important thing.
I could hear when I was testing remotely. It
Okay.
sounded really good, actually. So, here to ask request for decision for remote council meetings. That council directs the submissions are to be received from any members of the public who are entitled to make submissions at public meetings. If the meetings were to be held in person, as described by Municipal Government Act, before and during the meeting by email or phone in or both. So, so I'm just asking if we can request for decision on for remote council meetings, so we can you can all remotely log into council like, through WebEx or Zoom or something, and people will be able to get. Sorry.
Any questions? Councillor Lang.
So Cam, does this mean that if this motion were passed, that the public would not be able to attend in person, that they would have to attend remotely?
No, not necessarily. They could actually come here. All council may be remote, but they may also come here too with prior arrangements, as the previous did. They can either phone in or email, and so the option's still there for them to come in.
Additional questions? So in the notes, it says anyone entitled to make a submission before and during the meeting can make submissions by email or any other method that council considers appropriate. So if we were to have a public hearing online, people could, when we start the public hearing and we ask for anyone from the public to come and speak, we need to check our inbox and see if people have emailed at that time. Is that how this is my understanding correct?
Yes, we could check our email box. We could actually publish an external email that people could respond to, and we could monitor it. We could have staff monitor it and push it out to you guys a little quicker than you wouldn't have to be watching it like each council member.
Okay. Any further questions for administration? Councillor Laird.
Out of curiosity, we're moving towards trying to solve some challenging IT dilemmas for ourselves. What additional costs are there for providing these type of services?
The costs for example, for WebEx hosting or Zoom, or really many, is probably, it's not very much. It would be about $100 a month. We're pretty lucky that way. Our phone systems are already paid for. It has conference calls, so it's not a it's a relatively cheap way to do it. It's quite.
The staff recommendation is that council directs that submissions are to be received from any members of the public who are entitled to make submissions at a public meeting. If the meetings were being held in person, as described by the Municipal Government Act, before and during the meeting by email, phone in, or both. Is there someone who would care to make that motion? Councillor Lang? Councillor Lang so moves. Further discussion on the motion? I will ask the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 7.2, strategic broadband project planning.
Okay. You're not going to get rid of me that quick. The council, my staff recommendation is that council considers decision of potential broadband project at the strategic planning committee meeting on April 2020. A little background. We'll probably have our full-time project technologist here, so it's actually his first day to start, but we'll put him right in the fire, and I think that'd be good. I think just to have his background and availability would be a good thing.
Okay, questions or comments from council? Councillor Vandermeer.
I'll make the motion as recommended.
That council considers discussion of potential broadband projects at the Strategic Planning Committee meeting on April 20th, 2020. Further discussion on that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 7.3, direction for tax rate bylaw 1093-20. Okay, we'll just take a 5-minute break while we're waiting for Rhonda. Live stream. So it is 10:10. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Item 7.3, direction for tax rate bylaw 1093/20.
Good morning, Council.
Could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Rhonda Serhan. I'm Manager of Financial Services for Clearwater County. I'm just going to go through a few scenarios with Council, and I apologize I don't have anything up on the screen. I will email out a summarized document once we get through the discussion, but there's so many moving parts to this that, just one moment. I'm going to shut off my live stream. So I think there's several things we need to talk about to prepare the tax rate bylaw for you for 2020. First, let's start with the provincial school requisition portion of the tax rate bylaw. So originally, the province had come out with an increase in their rate to the school requisition and have now backed that off so that they are at a 0% rate increase. Currently, our equalized assessment has decreased for 2020 over 2019. So that means Clearwater County's portion of the school requisition has decreased. Therefore, and with the rate staying the same, that means our ratepayers will see a decrease in non-res. Our non-res ratepayers will see a decrease on their provincial school requisition for 2020. The residential requisition is staying pretty even, maybe a slight increase there for school requisition. Overall, the school requisition is decreasing in Clearwater County of $709,000. That being said, the other portion to that is uncollected school tax. So in the tax rate bylaw, any school requisition that is not collected from previous years is added to the bylaw and spread out amongst the entire base, the assessment base, for the following year. So previous years, example 2019, that amount, total amount was $105,000. So not a significant portion of their levy going towards the uncollected school requisition. I haven't done all of the calculations. It's a very complex calculation, but currently, if we're using the same percentages of school requisition to municipal requisition as last year, which was about 28% total, because we have a large group that has 0, which is the machinery and equipment assessment group does not pay any school requisition. So average is about 28% of our assessment base. The tax collection is for the provincial school requisition. So if we're using that percentage, we're at about $865,000 this year. So quite a significant increase to the tax levy will be the uncollected school requisition. So that's about just over 8 times what it was in 2019. So for example, on acreage valued at about $300,000, $375,000, last year they would have seen $6.02 for their uncollected school, and this year they will see around $50.
50?
50. Mm-hmm. So overall, at a 0% municipal tax rate, so staying steady, no increase, no decrease, an acreage would see about an increase on their bottom line of about $46.37. A farm with a residence would see about a $40 increase. Non-res without a residence, so that's like $1 million property that has a welding shop that doesn't have a residence on it, would see a decrease of $133. And a non-res with a residence would see a decrease of about $36. Machinery and equipment, of course, would see their bottom line would not change if our rate did not increase because they do not pay school requisition on those properties. So for every 1% of municipal tax rate, the tax collected is $469,303.
That number again, 400?
$469,303. So 1% up would collect that much more, and 1% down would collect that much less. So currently, with a 0% municipal tax rate increase, we would hit our revenue budget considering $3 million in write-offs for 2020. So for 2020, with a 0% tax rate increase at our current assessment levels, we would hit our revenue budget if our estimates are correct in $3 million of uncollectible in 2020. So again, because the provincial school requisition has increased in the residential area, that's why you're seeing the increases in the properties for residential, and a slight decrease or zero in the non-res categories because their provincial school requisition has gone down. So that's what I have so far. Any questions? Anything I can clarify?
Anything from council?
The other things to consider are that the provincial government has talked about a deferral of 50% of the school requisition for non-residential properties. I think we're still trying to figure out how that would work exactly. And the other consideration is what our penalty dates would be for 2020. If council is considering moving those, is council considering changing the penalty rate? I think all of that would be good discussion so that we could have a draft tax rate bylaw in front of you for the next meeting.
So we have a few items we need to discuss. Anyone? Who would like to start, I should ask? Councillor Laird.
Just for clarification, and I guess to make sure that we all understand, the tax rate stabilization fund, that's our reserves, that's for that.
Yes.
When I looked last night, it was at $12 million.
Yes. Yes.
And that's affirmative?
Yes.
Okay. When I looked at the penalties as well, at least on my tax bill, so I'm looking forward to you clarifying, the penalties after mid-September were at 8%.
Yes.
And after mid-December, an additional 4% would have been bringing it up to 12%.
Correct.
So when I read the package, I looked at what are some of those options. Perhaps we have an opportunity here to lower that percentage, perhaps to half on the first one. I wouldn't, and maybe extend out the amount of time. We know that they're due the minute you receive them in June.
Correct.
So right now, we already give that lenience to mid-September.
Correct.
I wouldn't like to see us put it into December because of Christmas. I think that that's a difficult time for people. They're trying to afford to have family gatherings, and I think that after having this isolation, I think that people are really going to want to have that opportunity. I would rather see us, if we're going to push it back, push it into mid-November, and maybe make that half, which would be 4% or 5%, somewhere in there. And then look at the end of January, and I'd like to know if that's even doable for 2021 for that next phase where you would then increase again. And perhaps if we went with 4 or 5, you just double it for the next one, because you want incentive for the folks to actually pay it. So those are just some observations and some ideas that I was kicking around. The other idea I had was we currently have no way for folks to pay on a credit card, and I'd like to have that option available. It allows them to collect their points or whatever. They would then pay on their credit card, and it would be an additional fee for using their card of whatever percentage that would be. That way it's not leveraged onto the other taxpayers if they choose to do that. And I think that that would be another option that might be palatable and or even something that people want to do. So just a few thoughts to at least get us started.
Yeah, I would just clarify that, or just indicate that we are looking at taking credit card payments and have, we're just testing one this week to see if how it looks and what kind of reports we get from it. And so it's from a third party, so Clearwater County isn't actually the vendor of the credit card. So they would log on to a website, put their credit card information, and that site would let them know what the fees are for using their credit card, and then that money gets deposited into Clearwater County's account from the third party. So it's something that ATB has explored with this third party. So it looks like it will be available for use for this for 2020 tax collection.
Councillor Lang.
So, Rhonda, I know that we cannot be the only municipality dealing with this. Do you have any idea of what other municipalities are considering doing? Have you heard any feedback?
From what we've seen, we're one of the few municipalities that actually extend our penalty date into September already. So lots of them are going to August and September, whereas we're already there. So I haven't heard if they're lowering their penalty amounts, but.
Councillor Lougheed.
Yeah, I guess as I recall, a number of years ago when BSE struck the community, it was another exceptional circumstance. And I think at that time there was a deferral of taxes to a later date or a penalty-free date. I can't remember when that was, but I think it was around the December.
Yes,
maybe.
so that would be the farm. We took the farm class and extended the penalty date to December 15th.
So if a resident or a business came to the county and wanted to go on the monthly installment plan, they would not have their taxes for the year paid until December, correct? Because they'd be starting now to be divided up. But even though they're paying those last 3 months after the tax deadline or the penalty deadline, they do not receive a penalty on that, correct?
Correct. So if someone came in today and wanted to sign up for the tax payment plan, we would ask that they catch up their January, February, March payments. And then starting April, I believe it's the last business day in April, or the last business day of the month. The money is pulled from their account, and then from there on, it's the last business day of the month, of each month, and there is no penalty for going to December 31st.
So if someone is having cash flow difficulties, that would be the best plan for them to avoid penalties at this time, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And how many people have currently signed up for that? I should say, how many tax rolls have signed up for that? Do we know?
It's increasing monthly, exponentially. I don't know the number of tax rolls, but I'm going to say in the neighborhood of 500 or 600 right now.
Okay.
Some of those are non-res.
Question.
Councillor Duncan.
Maybe a bit premature, we probably don't know, but are there going to be any significant projects that cannot move forward with the COVID pandemic that would be carryovers in the budget at this time? Or at this time, are we sort of at least delayed, the projects would continue hopefully at some point during the upcoming year?
So at this time, Councillor Duncan, there's no expectation of any cancellations. There are a few projects that have been temporarily delayed, and we are looking at later months in the summer to see how the COVID carries out. But the vast majority, actually, we've been able to put in protocols and mitigation practices that have allowed them to carry on as scheduled. For example, in the past, we hired 15 gravel trucks and go gravel. This year, we'll get 6 gravel trucks and throw different loaders at different pits. They load themselves individually, and maybe in a month we rotate those trucks out. So the work gets done, there's not crew. So we've been able to come up with mitigation protocols that adhere to the social distancing and as much as possible mitigate the work.
Okay. So no indications then from like paving companies that they're not going to be able to fulfill their expectations in the summer? Is that, that's where I'm going with that, was that if our budget is being reduced, then our taxes could be reduced as well. But although we would be catching up in an upcoming year as well, likely. So it's kind of kicking a can down the road, but it could provide some temporary relief with possibly some pain later too. But
Mr. Edmondson, is there a microphone you can use so the live stream can pick you up?
And just to follow up, if I may, Councillor Duncan, to fully answer your question, we've done our best to mitigate as many projects as we can so that we complement truly the provincial objective of trying to carry on and mitigate 2 crises, one being the COVID and the other one being the economy. So the projects that we can complete in a safe and productive manner are definitely going ahead, and we've actually been very successful in doing that with the majority of them.
Thank you. So, getting back to the discussion, a 0% tax rate increase. There would be an increase of about $46 for an acreage valued at $375. A farm and residence would probably see an increase of $40 based on the school tax. But non-resident tax rolls would see a decrease in taxes. That's correct?
On their bottom line, yes.
On the bottom
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
So what direction do we wish to give administration on the tax rate for the bylaw that will be coming forward? Is it 0% this year? Councillor Laird.
Yes, I would support 0%. You may recall last year I indicated that I figured it was a rainy day and it was time to dip into the tax stabilization fund. Well, if last year was raining, I think we're hailing. So I think it's time to dip back into there. Hopefully we do see some of those reliefs, as Councillor Duncan said, and we can move forward with projects that may end up being somewhat delayed, but may end up making this work somehow. I think that that's definitely what that fund was created for, and I think this year it's going to be, we're going to be grateful we have it to dip into.
Any additional comments on a possible 0% tax rate increase?
Just,
Councillor Duncan.
with a 0%, we would not be pulling from reserves, though?
No, correct. At
So-
0%, we would be,
Would not be pulling from reserves. So if in fact we are wanting to,
to balance the budget. Okay, so, forgive me.
yes,
To balance the budget, we were pulling about $1 million, Marie.
from reserves.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I missed that. How much would we be moving from reserves?
1 million.
1 million.
So if we wanted to, use more of the tax stabilization fund, we could actually decrease taxes this year. That's depending on, but that's a choice we would have to make, and how much we would use that for.
So the current value of the reserve is
12 million. 12 million?
12 million.
So at this point, I'm, like, one of the letters we got asked for grants for operational. I'm not in favor of that at this time. I think it's better for us to do what we can to move projects forward, keep people working that are local in the economy. If we're going to do anything, I would suggest that it would be to draw on that tax rate stabilization reserve and be able to decrease taxes by a percent or two. I guess I would just like to see a scenario like that brought forward, perhaps with a, right now we're looking at 1 million, so let's, just as a starting point, if we were to pull 3 million from the tax stabilization, that would probably give us another few percent, because 1% is 465,000.
Yes, I guess it would depend on which class
Class.
you decreased, or if it would be overall. So 1% difference is 45,000 in the res class, $2,500 in the farm class, and 421,000 in the non-res class.
Yeah, as a starting point, I would just apply it to equally to all classes.
Equally to all classes.
classes.
So
So
that would
what
be about a
percentage, Jim?
6.
Or do you want to just say, if we transferred 3 million from the
3%.
tax reserve,
3 million, whatever 3 million works out to be
Yeah, it would be just over 6%.
6%.
okay? So could administration come give us
As
some
one
deep-
scenario.
Yeah. Could
And a
we get that
0%
information
is
as-
another scenario.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other scenarios we would like to have seen? Councillor Lang.
Totally agree with Councillor Duncan and also Councillor Liard. This is a hailing day. I would like to see scenarios transferring 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, and maybe even 5 million over. Just so that we can look at all options.
Yeah, just over 2%.
So $1 million transfer from reserve will roughly equal a 2% overall reduction. So quickly, we can just do rough math on that. If we take 2 million, that's 4% reduction.
Okay. So the 5 million then would be a 10% reduction.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Laird.
Just a supplemental to that, while I certainly would like to see us have those kind of options available, I also would like us to also consider that we may be in this position for more than 1 year. So as we think about what numbers we would like to keep, just keep in mind that we may be in the position to have to do this for more than 1 year at a time, and that decreases might not be the best move forward. At least 0 keeps us at the status quo. And I wouldn't necessarily, it's not that I don't appreciate the idea I think we also have to recognize that we may be doing this for more than 1 year in a row. It could be 2 or 3.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, certainly I recognize Councillor Laird's point about this could be continuing somewhat. Also, I'm concerned about the combination of spending, keeping the spending up while decreasing taxes. It doesn't seem like a good fit. You know, I think the province and the federal government are trying to see money injected in so that the wheels keep turning in our economy. For us down here at the local level, you know, if we're going to decrease taxes, I'd kind of like to see some decrease in activity. And then that's counter to the federal and provincial goals. So it's difficult. The other thing with a decrease in the tax rate, it's very difficult to put it back up. So I think if you are seriously looking at a decrease in the tax rate, you need to take a serious look at the level of service across the services the county provides.
So we'll have administration bring up a few different scenarios for us, and we will make that decision when the tax bylaw comes back to us.
Correct. Yep.
Penalty dates. Currently, the penalty date is September the 15th. Do we wish to keep that the same? We are already later than many other municipalities in the province. We do have a way for residents and businesses to avoid that deadline, that tax penalty deadline, by signing up for monthly payments, which will help their cash flow issue. Do we need to change the penalty date, or do we have enough systems in place now for residents? Councillor Vandermeer.
I think the systems that we have in place now are fine. We already provide more latitude than most municipalities, and I would not like to transfer more of the penalty towards year end. It doesn't get any easier down there.
Any other comments on the penalty dates?
Yes, I have a comment.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Actually, I agree with Councillor Liard in regards to postponing to the mid-November and starting versus mid-September. We realize that agriculture is going to have a very slow start this spring, and we'll probably push through to, you know, we could have another fall like we did last year, and some of our agriculture will not have the resources mid-September, and we'll probably appreciate having those extra 2 months to be able to bring in extra revenue in order to pay. So I'm in favor of actually going to mid-November.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed.
I guess I can echo Deputy Reeve Swanson's comments on extending that date a month or two. And I think also we should look at the penalty rate as well. I don't think we look at those penalties as a source of revenue for the county. It's more of an encouragement for people to pay their taxes on time. I think a slight reduction in that that penalty rate might help people through a very difficult time for cash flow and you know, recovering from the effects of being off work and unable to do their normal routine over the next number of months.
Councillor Lang.
I agree with Councillor Vandermeer. We are more than fair in comparing with other municipalities throughout Alberta. Also, residents have the option of going on monthly payment plans, so that will alleviate many of the problems. As far as extending the date because of agriculture, well, I sympathize with farmers. I sympathize with everyone, small business owners. It's not just farming activities that are going to be suffering this year. It's basically everyone. So I think everyone can be helped by just going on the monthly payment plan if that's what they need to do. Many small businesses are completely out of work and shut down and have laid off all their employees. So we can't segregate one industry just because some of us are farmers in here, some of us are us and the population are small business owners or large business owners. Everyone's suffering.
Councillor Lougheed?
Yeah, I just have one comment about the installment plan. So if you were gonna, and just so I'm clear of how it works, if I was to go on the installment plan today, I would be paying 4 months of property tax or tax now, and then going on a monthly amount prorated through the rest of the year. Is that?
Yeah, you would,
kinda-
well, you'd be paying 3 months. Like
Okay.
you catch up to March 31st, and then April 30th, you would have another one due. So you'd be paying.
So I guess for somebody that's looking at tax or cash flow problems, if they look, well, I don't have to pay anything now until September, that means I would have to come up with 3/4 of a year in September's or the full years without penalty. So there might not be that much of a benefit for somebody that's in a cash flow problem right now to come up with 1/4 of a year's payment if they can defer that now till September 15th and make a 3/4 payment to get into the process. I don't know how much of a benefit that is for people right now.
Okay.
I think if you're on the plan, I can definitely see that as being a benefit to cash flow, but if you got to get into the plan, it's not really helping your cash flow issues at the moment.
Councillor Duncan, any comments on this?
I guess I'm at, the province, I read somewhere the province was suggesting an October or something deadline. I don't know why they suggested, there was maybe something that they had, one of their bills that were, or one of their requirements for payment or something was going to be delayed till October, but I guess I would be okay to extend it a little bit, and but I do hesitate to push it right too far into the year, so I'm, you know, early November or sometime would be my option. And I would also actually move to probably a 6% and 2% as the penalties, just a slight reduction there.
Yes, and administratively, it's easier to do everyone than to try to break out one.
Yeah, no, I would
One
not suggest
portion.
breaking out any, you know, residential or non-residential or anything like that. You know, it's going to be a tough year no matter when it is, I think, this year for a lot of these companies to pay. We can lessen the pains somewhat, but yeah, unless there's an outright tax reduction, it's going to be difficult for them to really save any money.
Right. I would be in favor of moving it back as well. I'm comfortable with mid-November, not just for the farmers, but every business is, you know, if effectively they're losing, you know, 100% or 50% of their revenue right now, it's going to be hard to come up with cash in September, October, and November. So I think the longer we can delay it, so these residents and businesses have time to hopefully stock up on their cash reserve to pay their taxes, I think that's essential for them. And I would be in favor of having the tax penalties this year as well, down to 4%. So, I think the consensus is to move it backwards to early November, mid-November, and decrease the tax penalty. Any disagreement on that? Is that the direction of this council?
We just have to settle on the numbers and the date.
Yeah.
So administratively, maybe November 13th is a Friday,
Okay.
or the 20th, also Friday would work well.
So Remembrance Day is then on the Wednesday, so that shouldn't interfere at all. So the 13th, Friday the 13th? Maybe
Friday
we
the
better move it
13th?
off Friday the 13th.
So Friday the 20th or Friday the 6th?
Let's go with the 6th.
6th.
With the tax penalty, keep it the same, have it 6%? What's the direction of this council? As far as I'm concerned, this year is going to be, like I've told my kids who are on pause from college, this is a pause year. So I'd be willing to, let's have the penalty. I think there's going to be a lot of people with issues paying their taxes this year. Let's not punish them any more than necessary. Get your taxes paid on time. If you can't, it's only a 4% hit. Councillor Vandermeer?
So when should we be expecting the taxes to be paid?
Well, the taxes will be due, or the penalties will start on November the 6th, the 4% penalty. That's what I'm recommending.
Again, I guess I would come back to the point about if you're truly expecting less revenue, and from what you're saying, perhaps you are, what are we going to do to match that with our expenditures? Is there some service that we should be reducing so that we better match up our revenues and our expenditures?
I think part of that depends on the length of this self-isolation that the province is recommending. If, looking at the numbers that Alberta is experiencing, the rate is slowing. It looks like the province has flattened the curve. Maybe these restrictions will be loosened up in the next few weeks, let's say in a month, and will allow things to start to get back to normal. If the self-isolation continues for 3 or 4 months, we're going to be in a totally different situation than if it ends in 4 weeks or 2 weeks. And if that happens, well, we'll have to look at where we are spending money, but I don't know if we have to do a big examination of that yet. Councillor Vandermeer.
I would say the expectation of things lightening up, lifting in the next month or so are very optimistic. This is not something that's going to be overcome in a month or two. The lingering effects will carry on for months, and I think we better start paying attention to that.
Just one more thing about the penalty rate. So the caution there is if we reduce it, like pushing it back is probably better than a total reduction. The only reason I say that is if all of our non-res ratepayers decided 4% was better than the rate they got at the bank and no one paid, how would Clearwater County function in the months coming? So pushing the date is good. Even pushing the second date into the new year is fine, I think, as long as we levy in the year that they're due. It's just that cash flow. If everyone decided to take advantage of the low penalty rate, right?
Excellent point. So perhaps with that information, we should keep the penalty rate at 8%. That would be applied on November the 6th. Is council comfortable with that? Councillor Vandermeer.
Well, what about the second one at December 15th? I mean, the total is 12, and it was provided as an incentive to make sure it gets paid in the year. That is very important. Rhonda's made a very good point here. We need, in order to manage the activities of this county, you need certainty around the cash flow. And either you're going to continue to collect taxes at this rate, at 0% increase, should we say, and if you don't expect that, you're going to start cutting something. So this is a very critical point.
So you would be in favor of 8% and 4%, leaving the penalty rate the same?
Yes, I would.
So November 6th at 8% and then December
15th
at 4%?
Yes.
That's what
it would currently be. I mean, you could push that date into 2021 if you liked, or switch the amounts around. I wouldn't suggest that the total be reduced from 12%, but you know, wherever you think you need the cash flow collected, right?
Okay, so are we all comfortable with the 8 on November 6th and the 4 on December 15th? I shouldn't say comfortable. Can we live with that? Councillor Lahi.
I guess my comment might be somebody that's caught in that trap that gets hit 12% for 1 month's late, because that's essentially what would happen if you were late on for your early November payment, and you made your payment in December. At some point in time, you would be hit with 12% for that 1 month. Would you not? Or am I looking at that in the wrong way?
Well, taxes are due when they're...
Taxes are due, yes, on June, whatever
Yeah,
it is,
so
or when they're
essentially it's
received.
2% per month, right? So,
I guess maybe in practice, have we seen, when do the majority of taxes get paid? Do they get paid on June the 15th, or do they get paid closer to the deadline?
September 11th.
Yeah, that's my assumption, is that people assume that that's the due date, even though it's the penalty-free date.
Correct.
So I think there's a perception out there, and I've had this through feedback from residents, that, oh boy, I'm being hit for this much, and I was 2 days late or whatever. No, we were actually several months late, but the penalty date was this month. So it's sometimes difficult to go through that whole explanation, but people will definitely, I think people will view that being hit 12% for being a month late, or a month and a half late, as being somewhat punitive maybe. But
So if council decides to move that December 15th penalty date, I would suggest it get moved into 2021. Then I just wouldn't want it to be really close to Christmas. Like the 15th is close enough, I think.
Councillor Laird.
I guess for me, it's also a matter of controlling the narrative. There's a lot of misunderstandings about when the taxes are actually due, and I think this is an opportunity to help inform and educate about how that process works, and perhaps we need to include that on in with the tax letter, or right on it. I know historically it hasn't been there, but maybe it's time we did.
We have been discussing that as well, and I believe the consensus was we would like to see that put right on the notice.
I think it's imperative that we put it on there.
Okay.
Councillor Lang.
I am not in favor of extending second penalty date into the next year. You know, Christmas is in December, but I think more people have problems with cash flow in January after the holidays. And so I don't think we're going to be accomplishing anything positive that way. So I'm okay with moving September's to November's. I'm hesitant on that, but I think November and December are fair. And keeping it at 8 and 4%. We're already giving several months, because they are actually due by June. So we are being more than fair.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yeah, I just, again, observe that we have discussed for years that taxes are due essentially anytime after the end of June. But we know very well that nobody really pays before a few days before September 15th. And without, without some reminder, financial reminder that they are due, you would of course continue to defer them if you could. So, although I think September 15th is very fair, I am willing to go into early November, but I think it would not be wise to extend the payment date into the next year. We have programs, and as I've said before, if we're going to continue the current spending level, we need to know that the money's coming in during that year.
So what I'm hearing, November 6th, 8% tax penalty, and then December the 15th, which is a Tuesday, there's an additional 4% for a total of 12% penalty for late payment of taxes. Do we have consensus on that? Can people live with that? If you can't, it's time to say it.
I'll just fling one more thing to stir the pot here, but since we do have a fairly strong tax equalization fund, would it be possible to ask, if we're wanting people to meet that September 15th deadline, would there be possibility for an early payment incentive, knock 1% off or a couple of % off for making your payment, if it's possible for you to make it by September 15th? If not, that can be extended to a penalty-free date to November, whatever, and then an additional penalty in December for not meeting that deadline. Just another thought.
Does administration have a comment on that?
I'd have to take it back to the staff and see what that would entail as far as administratively how we would handle that, but I could bring that results back to you at the next council meeting.
Okay, could you please bring that back for the next
Yep.
council meeting? So I don't believe we need a motion for any of this. It's just giving direction.
Correct.
Does administration have enough from council? Are there any other items you need direction on?
No, I believe that's good. Thank you. Oh, Murray?
I just wanted to confirm, so should we bring back a draft tax rate bylaw that reflects these dates and percentages that we talked about, as well as a 0%, and then allow council to have further discussion about the tax rate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Everyone's good with that? Excellent. Item 8.1, the CAO report. And could we please get Mr. Emmons a microphone?
Good morning, Council. So the CAO report for April 14th, 2020. Correspondence received from Clearwater County Taxpayer Association attached to the CAO report. Would Council like me to go through that letter?
Has everyone's read it? Okay, I don't think there's a need.
Number 2, Clearwater County COVID-19 update. Clearwater County's Emergency Coordination Center continues to review safe work practices and procedures to ensure compliance with legislation and the well-being of staff and public, while maintaining essential municipal services for our community and our residents. All non-essential public and staff events remain canceled until May 1st, which will be reevaluated at that time. Clearwater County facilities are open to the public by appointment only. Regular council meetings are scheduled, continuous scheduled. Staff and public are encouraged to watch the meetings via live stream. As of April 1st, a 90-day water and sewer payment deferral with no interest penalty or service disruption is available to county residents in hamlets of Nordegg, Condor, and Lesaville. Clearwater County, in partnership with 5 other municipalities, launched a hotline to assist local businesses in navigating through the process of provincial and federal support systems. And county's website with various COVID-19 resources are also available. The attached Government of Alberta publications, Municipal Governance During the COVID Outbreak, issues March 27th, April 3rd, and April 9th, answers frequently asked questions about managing and governing municipalities during this pandemic. Ministerial Order number 022/20 extends Several legislated deadlines to October 1st of 2020. Administration is working diligently on required tasks and anticipates completion on or before the new deadline is listed below. Ministerial Order 019/20 extends the deadline to adopt intermunicipal collaboration frameworks and intermunicipal development plans to April 1st of 2021. And then attached to the CAO report is the various correspondence we spoke of. Did council have any questions in regard to the CAO report?
Councillor Laird.
In light of what we've been recently hearing from the government of Alberta and Canada, perhaps the May 1st, 2020 should be extended out to June 1st, 2020, given that they're saying that we're really not going to be seeing a lot of these public gatherings and events being put on until at least that time. So that's the one. The second thing is more of a question with regard to launching that hotline for local businesses. Have we had any indication of how many businesses may be, or local businesses that may have accessed that service? Have we got any information on that?
I don't, Councillor Laird. That hotline was created through a partnership and third-partied. We could probably research that out and get that information, but it doesn't come through this building, so.
Yeah, it's more of a curiosity because I'm hopeful that people are actually using it and accessing it.
We've made it very aware. We put it on our website and publications, and so we think it's a great tool.
Thank you.
Additional questions about the CAO report? Deputy Reeve Swanson, you're good? She's good. The Public Works report.
Would council like me to go through the Public Works report, or did council have any specific questions on it? Oh, is he?
Oh, there he is.
Sorry, Kurt, I can't see you.
Any questions pertaining to beyond what is given in the Public Works report?
Councillor Laird.
Just looking at the bridge files that we've got, could any of those be considered as Government of Alberta shovel-ready projects that might qualify for some of that grant funding?
All of them would be, yes. They're ready to go here this year. So all of them would be eligible for the grant funding.
All right, perfect. And I guess the next question is more, I guess it's not a question, it's a comment with regard to, it indicates under gravel road rehabilitation that the construction foreman and 2 seasonal staff have been reassigned to facility maintenance and increased sanitation. I guess I'm going to look to our CAO, to you, Mr. Evans, and I want to commend you and your staff on the can-do spirit that we're seeing. When I read that, it tells me you're demonstrating the quality of service on all our staff. When I hear and read that, I just wanted to comment on. That's very nice to see.
Any other questions or comments on the Public Works report? Okay. Seeing none, Councillor Reports. Anything, Mr.
I did attend. Oh, sorry. I did attend virtually one of these RMA meetings with regard to some of the updates. And one of the questions that I posed, and you may have seen it, was with regard to how that we create Alberta jobs and local job stimulus when we have to work our way through the New West Trade Agreement. At that point, it was indicated that there was a way to do that simply by looking at our bylaw, and that we could look at the most suitable candidates for whoever's putting in the RFP. I still remain a little bit concerned with regard to if that could be challenged legally. So I think that there's some work for staff to perhaps do if we're looking at trying to stimulate local job and local businesses. So I guess I was happy with the answers that I received as far as yes, we could. I think we need to do a little bit of work on the legal side to make sure that it is in fact that way that we can do it.
Nothing to report. I have nothing to report other than calving is going well. Or Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Sure. I was on quite a few webinars and Zoom meetings in regards to the Ag Minister. Had a quick telephone conference on April 5th. I've attended I believe it's called, it's through CAPE, the Regional Resilience webinars that they've been putting on, both retail and tourism. There was 2 of them last week. They have 3 or 4 more coming up, and I believe that if you can chime in, that would be great. Also listen into the ATV Todd Hirsch Alberta Economic Outlook. I forwarded to Council my notes on that one. As well as Councillor Yard did listen to those RMA meetings last week in regards to running a virtual meeting, and the RMA meeting, which I believe they're going to continue to do every week or every 2 weeks. And the last webinar I listened to was the month debate, which was the world after COVID-19. Malcolm Gladwell given his perspective, global perspective, which I thought was very good. And I think that there's multiple events and opportunities for us as council to get on the web and listen to more and educate ourselves with more of what's going on. That's it.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, through my CAPE contacts, I would remind staff of an important extension here, the CRTC grant process for rural broadband. They've extended the deadline for applications to April 30th. So if we haven't got something applied for, we should apply for it through the CRTC granting process. And also, I understand that a letter of support will be available through the Minister of Service Alberta for any municipality asking for grants under the CRTC program. So we don't have a lot of time, but I think it's still possible to put something in. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I also partook in 2 of the RMA webinars, and just further to what Councillor Liard had to say with the New West Trade Agreement, I found that very interesting because depending on how the RFP or the wording is put out, that we may be able to look at more local workers or contractors in the area, but we do have to be careful.
Yes.
So, and just a question, sort of a different topic. I did receive a question from the public, and I don't know if anybody else knows the answer, but what about campgrounds being open here? Because there's going to be, once the weather gets nicer, there's probably going to be a number of people that want to get away from the house for a while. So will Wilderness Village be able to be operational? Will other campgrounds, the provincial campgrounds, be open, etc.? I have not heard anything on that. Or can you actually, is a campground considered safe distancing when you're at a campsite? Or random camping?
Yeah, random camping will be the big issue.
for us. Anyway, I guess something to keep in mind as we get closer, especially to the May long weekend, and how that's going to affect us operationally as well.
Councillor Laird?
Perhaps there's an opportunity here for staff to reach out to Minister Nixon to find out if they have any ideas on direction that the provincial government is thinking about for, because they have to grapple with that same concern as well. They currently are in charge of all of that, so I think that we should reach out to them and find out. I would suggest that would also reach into the trail management as well.
Yeah, the farther west, the trails typically don't open until July 1st, especially for off-highway vehicles in any of the public land use zones, so that, you know, we're safe from large numbers of people there until then. I'd be more in questioning the private campgrounds, like what is the rule there? The question I was asked is, can the county shut them down because of a fear of overwhelming our services here in a COVID environment? I do not know the answer to that question either, but I'm assuming not. That I don't think we have the ability to close a private, like a Wilderness Village or a 752 West campground.
Would they not already be closed by the province's stance that there should be no non-essential businesses? I don't know, it's a question we'll have to have answered.
It is in some cases. Wilderness Village is...
It's a business.
Not really sure. I'm curious, would you comment on that one? Is considered Wilderness Village a business, or is it just, it's a private cooperative really?
I'm not 100% sure, but I'm actually in the process of crafting an email to Mr. Webster right now to get some answers.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vandermeer?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's a business or not is the key issue. I did receive a call from one private campground operator last week, and they're very concerned because, of course, people who either rent or own a lot at one of these campgrounds expect to use it as though it's their residence, so they want to go there, and they increasingly want to go there as this living or staying in place continues. But also their neighbors, their friends and neighbors want to come and join them at the campground. And of course, they've had to reject that. But it's creating some anxiety and some frustration with the residents of these places that they can't use their property the way they normally would. But I think any help that we can get from the provincial government to clarify this and to make sure that people don't overwhelm these campgrounds will be very helpful.
So can we have administration draft a letter?
I would suggest just even an email to some local, like a Wayne Crocker or Don Livingston at the local level, or as a contact. Just an inquiry would be fine, rather than a formal letter from the county at this point.
Councillor Lang.
I will ask the manager of Wilderness Village if he can pass on any provincial protocols to me, and I'll share that with council.
Thank you. Councillor Laird.
As a point of clarification, with regard to does the county have a way of doing this? We certainly do. We can limit that through a local state of emergency, a sole state of local emergency. So we have that ability. The real question is, it's bigger than just the county. So I believe it is appropriate to ask, certainly our MLA, who Minister Nixon has a keen understanding of this is a much larger issue for the province. My understanding is from watching the news that Ontario is also grappling with this because of course there's lots of lake country cottages, and they have asked staff or they've asked people in the community in the cities in particular not to go out to their cabins because they don't want to overwhelm the smaller communities. So I would imagine that Alberta government is also looking at this and recognizing we're on the cusp of spring. People want to go out and get their cabins going, and that it could overwhelm local services. So I think it's a very timely question to be asking not just the local government employees, but asking Minister Nixon as well. And I think it could be just an email as well.
So we'll do both then. Letter to the local, an email to the local contacts. You'll be contacting some people, and then we'll draft a letter to Minister Nixon. So a motion to accept all the reports. Councillor Laird, all in favor? Deputy Reeve Swanson?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. So now we have our closed session. Can we have a motion to enter into our closed session? Councillor Vandermeer, all in favor?
Yes.
Motion carries. So all we have to do is adjourn. It is 1:52 p.m. and we have just left the closed session. We have no motions as a result of the closed session. So can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Laird, all in favor? 7-0, motion carries. Have a good day, everyone.